You look like you're good. You look like you're good. Okay. Okay. Give a smidgen of time for everyone to get in. Who wants to be here from the start? Oh, you know, I guess this will end up going under here anyway. Well, that's okay. Have a new dress that's real cute, and I like it a lot. And also a new crop top that goes well with it, and I like them both a lot. Shit, where are my glasses? There you are. Do 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 do. As you can see, I'm a professional YouTuber. I even take off my headset and everything, because I am confident in my abilities. No, but like seriously though, as a performer slash entertainer, I have been getting slowly more confidence because I realized, thanks to my girlfriend, that, you know, despite a lot of things and self-assumptions I have about myself, I'm actually pretty fucking funny. Thank you very much. Yeah, do. Alright. Now, we're going to do a fire stim before I finally fully get into the S. Because I would like to give a couple of people a chance to pop in if they so choose. Hello, I see we have someone already in chat. Delightful. We're getting ready to do one of my favorite things to do, which is probably deeply unwise, but as someone who is... You know, you need 2 instances of convicted arson to diagnose pyromania. And I don't have those. But fire is absolutely one of my favorite things in the world. Oh, come on now. I know the fans are a bit mean to you. Come on, there we go. Yeah. I have extra longs baking matches, but their only purpose is to be extra long so that whenever I burn them, I can let them burn for longer. Only purpose in getting them. Then I keep cute little jar of water right here so that I can quench them. And periodically I will, you know, empty that, refresh it. But it's just, it's so nice. And also, like, this is maybe a little bit weird, possibly, but I really, really like the smell of burnt matches. I also, admittedly, I just like the smell of burnt most things. Like, flesh, wood. I dislike the smell of burnt plastic more than I like most other burnt scents. But if there's still fire involved, then I don't hate it. Alright. Because then it's like, well, that's not an enjoyable scent. But I know that scent was caused by fire, so therefore it has a little bit of joy. Hello, welcome! I see we have even more people filing in. Delightful, delightful. Welcome, one and all. Nope, come on, there we go. Roll where I tell you to. Alrighty. Hello, welcome! Guess I should probably do this properly. Welcome to The Void, my name is Q-Thrash, also known as The Transfiendling. And today we're going to be doing more art stream stuff, because I'm not sure what has changed, but I have gone from, I want to do art, but it's challenging, and I'm always frustrated with my lack of progress, or with my lack of how much progress I would like to have. I guess it's technically a better way to phrase it. But, for some reason, that has not been bugging me. And lately, working on my drawing has actually kind of been all I really want to do, truthfully. Like, I am still doing other things, But, like, working on my drawings is kind of the only thing I really, really super want to do lately. And honestly, it's very nice, because for a while it was... I, like, just kind of didn't have desire to draw, or, like, to do anything creative, because I wasn't ever satisfied with it. But, like... I don't know. I think part of it is the fact that this time, at least with Air specifically, this drawing, part of it is that I actually have, like, a style that I'm trying to match this time, which helps. Because previously, like, it's been, like, I'll, like, draw, and, like, you know, I give it a good old college try, but I don't really, like, have, like, I guess a goal in mind, you know, it's like, yes, I want to draw this thing, but other than drawing this thing and drawing this thing well, I don't really, like, I don't know. There's something very different to me about wanting to draw something and draw it well, but not knowing what I want it to look like exactly, or only knowing that, like, you know, it's, or having its goal be only, like, as realistic as I can manage. It hits my brain way differently than it being like, oh, well, I'm wanting to draw this in, like, Dragon Ball Z style, like, you know, Akira Toriyama style, and yeah. So, but now, I actually know what I'm wanting to do with her, and, like, what I want her to look like, and I'm so pleased with how she's coming out. Look at my girl! Look at her! Ugh. I love her. My beloved little war crime. Alright, so we go back into the drawing. Yeah, her clothes are a separate layer from the rest of her. For I feel like kind of obvious reasons. It does look like I still need to put in... I shall consider that later. But, okay. Things... What do I want to... I think I'll work on her line art. Because I've been working on the line art for, like, her... For like, her clothing and stuff. But I think I want to work on her line art. Get that tightened up today. So for her line art... I'm not going to use the same navy that I'm using for her clothing. I think what I'm going to do... Yeah, that sounds like a good plan. So I'm going to take the color that I use for the rest of her, for her clothing's line art. Because I did eyedropper from her original model some things, but I really want to have her... I want to have her... I don't know. I don't want to, like, exactly copy Toriyama style precisely. I want to be slightly different. Or at the very least, I want there to be some touches of me doing my own thing, as opposed to just trying to copy Toriyama style. I believe this makes sense, and if it doesn't, well, maybe I'm just being autistic. Still want this to be identifiably, like... I just want to do something different. Okay, so... You know, let's see if this works. I don't think this will work very well, but... Rasterize. Lock transparent pixels. Fill. Convert to vector layer. let's see how well this goes. Not very well at all, I'm afraid. Oh well. I a little bit expected that. And honestly, I didn't get her ears perfect anyway, so this is not that much of a problem, if I'm going to be entirely honest. Hello. If I can turn stability on just a bit. Wait, where is... I should have my... I should still reference my... line, my other lines, though. Where did you go? I miss you so. I know, but really, where are you? That's strange. Also, we are once again... once again listening to the delightful sounds of the void. Because I have one mode and it is demon. Ah, there you are. Cool. Alright, now body lines, and you go to like a lower opacity? So that you're slightly easier to ignore. Which, I kind of ignored it a little bit to begin with anyway, but that's fine. Alright, now let's see. Oh, nope. Let's see, let's scooch you over a little bit so that I have a smoother surface. It's a little bit too baby-faced for my tastes. No. Oh. Oh, come on. Things stop being dumb on my computer. Challenge. Level impossible. Come on. Yeah, there we go. And boop, boop. Explained her character concept to someone. They're like, that's really cool. Horrifying. That's a terrifying amount of power for someone who looks so sweet. I'm like, yeah. She's very... Despite just wanting to help everybody, she's very, very villain-coded because I don't know how to make heroes that aren't villain-coded. I don't mean anti-heroes either. Like... I like heroes that, like, their morals are questionable and their aesthetics are just... but, like, it is purely just, they are... I tend to make heroes that are intensely villain-coded. Whether or not they themselves intend to be. Like Air, for example. Air doesn't try to be scary. She just is naturally horrifying. Affectionate. I love having a tablet so much, and especially love having a tablet now that I have, like, a much longer cord for it. Because now I can, like, tilt it and, like, if I need something at a different angle to get, like, the curve I need, I can just do that. And it's not a problem. Come on. I know I don't need to be precious with my lines. But I just want this to be nice, curved. There we go. You're a little wibbly wobbly. Let's turn this up just a little bit. Oh, that's way more than just a little bit. But that's fine. There we go. Yeah, and then now we'll just... right. Editing on a vector layer is annoying, to say the least. But that's okay. Because vectors are math. They're not just pixels. Which is, I must say, one of the strangest sentences that I've ever said, but it makes perfect sense if you know what it means. Because what it's referring to is the fact that rather than, like, it just being, ah, yes, these pixels are located at these positions relevant, or, you know, relative to one another. It's... Oh, come on. I do all this tablet. Sometimes it slightly misbehaves, or does things I don't expect it or tell it to. But because, you know, like, generally pixels are, like, cool. Or, like, pixel art is just... Here are these pixels that are at these locations in relation to one another. And no matter how you, like, prepare or display or otherwise, these pixels are going to be here at these points, which is great. A wonderful way to do it. However, this doesn't always mean, like, this doesn't, like, things don't always scale well with that method of pixel orientation versus vectors, which are infinitely scalable and are, rather than it being like, oh, well, these things are located here, 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 and here because, like, that's just where they are in relation to one another. It's, hey, here's how these things exist because of, like, complicated math formulas that let us know how to form and where to form in what patterns. Which is neat. Very happy with that. I'm currently having a small spat with the outline of the head for some reason, which is just not wanting to come out satisfactorily. But that's fine. I'm still having a good time with it. That's, like, the biggest and weirdest difference is, like, previously, whenever things didn't go how I wanted them to with art, it would be like, what am I doing wrong? But now I'm like, well, it's okay. I can just redo this till I'm satisfied with it. And, I don't know. That was not how my brain was operating before, for some reason. But now it is, and God, I'm glad that it is. There we go. I'm curious what size, like, to anyone else in the audience who, like, draws, I'm curious what size canvas y'all normally work on. I like being in control of, like, details and stuff. So I like doing it high resolutions so that I can get in there to, like, the small details without it pixelating too much. But I know, like, this also means my file sizes are gigantic. My girlfriend arrived to work safely. Oh, I super forgot to mention that to them. Right? Yeah. Realized that I had someone who would probably very like to know that I'm streaming, and I forgot to mention it to them. Which is fine. But I like to make sure I do the things that I intend to do. Even if I'm not always successful with that. Okay, have her head shape done now. Very nice. Oh, at least most of the way, let's see. I'm not sure why, but for some reason, I struggle to do some curves without my arm being in certain positions. It's probably something to do with, like, just natural movements and such. Like, natural movement range being part of one thing, but not part of others. It's also fun that y'all's view doesn't change when I move my thing, because that'd be really funny. Albeit not necessarily the most helpful thing in the world, or the most viewer friendly. Like, oh yes, I rotate my tablet, and all of a sudden y'all are also upside down. Yeah, downside. The one downside to being the like one, like, I am the chronically unemployed individual in the polycule because I disabilities. Or rather, because mine impede me more than my beloveds do them. Alright. Yeah. Okay, I'm pleased with how her head looks. Now let's get her neck. Then... clavicle. Oh yeah, you all would be above there, but let's change that. Also, let's drop you all down to some lower opacity. Wait. Ah, I dragged the wrong group. Oh, hey! Hey, Astra, thanks for joining! Also, thank you! I'm really having a good time with this. I can't, like, I'm not sure what changed, but doing ARM went from, like, a thing I wanted to be good at, but, like, it sucked, and I hated I hated trying to work on it, because it was always frustrating, to now it's like, hello, do something other than draw? Why would I do that? I really kind of wish I would have gotten one of these tablets sooner. But even though I got one that was like not the newest model, and like I didn't get the newest thing, I got what I needed for my needs. And it was still pricey. The tools do not the artist make. But it helps the fuck a lot whenever the tools that you have work with your brain. As opposed to against your brain. And for anyone who's like, why are you being so precious about your line stuff? Because now I am trying to go with, like, the final, like, the line art pass of things. And I want that to look nice. Or at least not look bad. Yeah, it's very nice. Also, just, like, it brings me so much joy to see, like Air, specifically. Like, it brings me so much joy to, like, watch her come to life. Because she's just... This character specifically is very important to me. Because her overall goal is very similar to, like, my... I guess you could say that, like, Air's goal, like, Air's overall goal for her character arc is very similar to, like, my goal of, like, just the impact I want to leave on the world. Because the impact I want to leave on the world is giving my queer family a place to, like, feel safe and, like, enjoy things without having to, like, settle. Because, like, there's a lot of people who, like, it's, like, fun to watch, but it's, like... How do I put this into words? it's way more enjoyable, at least for me, to watch someone who I know understands what I'm going through, and I don't have to worry about having them having like a strangely transphobic take or like opinion, compared to someone who like I enjoy them, but I'm not entirely certain what's going to come out of their mouth. So, I'm gonna be in a nice place where folk know that unless they're a Nazi, anyone who comes here will have a nice, safe place to just chill and vibe without any unnecessary or, like, undeserved aggression. Yeah. I also haven't told you, yeah, my voice is amazing. Which, honestly, accurate. My voice is fucking amazing. You know, I guess I could have looked more at how Toriyama does hands. But I'm honestly really pleased with how her hands came out already. So, I don't really feel the need to redo them much. Oh, oops. Now, is this gonna look perfect? No. But also, she's a jellyfish girl. She's not meant to be anatomically perfect by a person, like a human's standards. She's meant to be anatomically perfect by my fucked up mad scientist standards. You know, given that having an art style has really helped me land this more, my next big drawing project, I might possibly do something that, like, the thought that comes to mind is, like, do attempts to do, like, some illustrations for, like, the weird species of my silly little fantasy planet, while trying to match, like, the style of, like, the Daggerheart source rule books, for example. Or, like, try to draw my Demon the Descent character with the same, like, style that the Demon the Descent rule books have in their art. That one feels like it would be a lot harder, though. Gotta be honest. Because, I mean, all White Wolf books, they tend to be... Wow, that super just turned that into hot garbage. Let's see if this will work. No, that's fine. I mean, White Wolf just always does both, like, their art's always both wild and also they do it in, like, a rather realistic style as well. As opposed to, like, Daggerheart, which, don't get me wrong, I love Daggerheart, has wonderful art, but they're going for more of a, like, fantasy vibe, so they're not worried, like... while their art pieces are very detailed, they aren't hyper realistic. Versus a lot of White Wolf art. I wouldn't say it's done to be photographically realistic, but it is meant, like, they do off, like, it is often to an extent where it almost looks like they did just get, like, a photographer and just have the photographer take a picture of, like, a vampire, or, like, the weird eldritch machine nightmares that are the demons in that, in Demon the Descent. They also have two different demon games. They have Demon the Descent and Demon the Fallen. Yeah, God, isn't that the truth? I'm wanting to do a. Well, so the thing that's wild to me about Demon the Descent versus Demon the Fallen is how drastically different they are, because like Mage the Ascension versus Mage the Awakening and like um, Vampire the Masquerade versus whatever the other vampire thing is, they're still like, at least from my understanding, they're still like the same overall like intent, more or less, where it's like, hello, you are playing a mage who is like trying to stay incognito or like fly under the radar by the fact that you're a mage, or um like hello, you're still playing like a vampire trying to like hide the fact that they're a vampire from humanity. Versus like Demon the Descent is like, hello, you are part of an all-powerful, you were once part of an all-powerful god thing called the God Machine, that whether due to part of your purpose or whether it is due to you thinking too hard about your purpose or noticing contradictions in your orders, for some reason you have glitched and broken off from the God Machine and have fallen and are no longer connected to it, and you are now a demon. And you have to, like, the whole, like, all the systems are essentially, you're trying to avoid being found and reintegrated by the God Machine. Or at least a lot of demons try to avoid that. Some demons want to be reintegrated because they think they find life as a demon or as one of the Unchained too difficult. Versus Demon the Fallen, which is like, hello, you are a demon from hell that has come to Earth. And it's like, okay, these are completely different types of demons. Oh, but right, it's like, so, as far as complications go, it's like, my partner and I are gearing up to do like a two-person Demon the Descent campaign, and it's really cool. Like, there's a lot of really cool shit in here. Like okay, where we're kind of at and where we're probably going to end up going is that we're thinking that we're probably going to use a lot of like the powers and like a lot of the mechanics, but there are plenty of mechanics in the Demon the Descent rulebook that we are going to just ignore, because it's so like trying to like talk your way through like a door. Well, I do understand that social things are complicated and like it doesn't make sense all the time for like a single roll of the dice to like determine an entire outcome. However, they have gone way too hard in the other direction. It's like, okay, I understand that, you know, sometimes you don't want it to simply be that all your player needs to do is get a good roll and then they're like through the thing. But it feels like the it feels like Demon swings way hard in the other direction, where it's like, hello, this one thing is gonna bog down your gameplay for the next half hour. And like, that feels clunky, to be kind. Now, I will admit, it is more realistic in that sense, because it's like, oh, well, if you're going to, like, try to talk someone, like, you know, distract a guard from, like, his job as guard duty, then that social interaction is going to be a little bit complex, and you're going to have to, like, be careful and thoughtful about what you're doing, and that's fair. But, like, they specifically do it's like a, so, first, like, you know, is this your first time meeting them? If so, like, that's another barrier. Like, it's something hard, so put up 3 barriers. And, like, just all this, like, complicated thing that's like, okay, so you need you need to make a different rule for every single barrier that is between this person's brain and doing what you want them to do. And it's just, it's very overly complicated. Or at least, you know, I could be misunderstanding the rules, but at least it sounds very overly complicated. But the powers are cool as shit. So, my character has... So, we're starting at level 1, and so my character has 4 powers currently. Because there are different iterations and families, more or less, of demon. And each one has their own specialty. However, most demons only have... or most demons are only aware of 4 of the families, or 4 of the types, because the last type is kind of kept secret even from angels themselves. Because because, you know, all the demons started as angels in this setting. Or rather, what were called angels. They're far less what, you know... I say angel, you're probably imagining something similar to, like, my niece's aesthetic, or, like, you know... Well, you're either probably thinking, like, something closer to my niece's, like, aesthetic, or you're probably thinking of, like, the whole, you know, biblically accurate angel things, which are cool as shit, but terrifying. These are, like, honestly kind of like a hybrid, but most demons think that there's only 4 kinds. More or less destroyers, socialites, protectors, and builders. Or no. Destroyers, builders, socialites, and messengers. There's also a 5th called analysts, which are, like, essentially spies. But they are programmed such that most analysts who have fallen believe that they are simply one of the other types of demon, rather than realizing they are a different kind of demon. And this honestly is because demons have kind of, like, they have a thing going with numerology. A lot of things in Demon the Descent have to do with number 4. Like, there are 4 main types of demons. Each demon has, like... It's referred to as their cipher, which is, like... It's a way of interacting with the world and understanding the world unique to them that will help them reach kind of like personal enlightenment, more or less. It's like a, hey, here's how you interact with the world on a fundamental conceptual level. And you discover the cipher by, like, testing out different powers as their keys. But there are 4 keys to the cipher. And I don't remember all the things at the moment, but there's, like, several other things that are also, like, there's 4 of them. And so, like, demons have kind of, like, started, like, associating, like, the, you know, 4 is a number of power, more or less. And also, all of this lore, fascinating, wonderful, interesting, utterly irrelevant to what my partner and I are going to be doing. Because we're using, we're using like the game systems and mechanics to tell a story in my setting. Uh, which there is a god machine, but there's a god machine in the sense that there is a machine who is a there is a god who nope. There is a Scythene, which people would most likely confuse with a Warforged or a Clank from other systems. There is an artificial being who is a god, but Inventor is not known as the God Machine. But so like we're using these systems to tell a story in this setting because we think it would be fun to do so. But there's like during the character creation part, there's a whole segment about one of the key systems that the bit that it tells you about in character creation tells you nothing about the game systems involved with it. I don't remember what it is. I think it might have been Vices and Virtues offhand, but it was just very nuts. It was like, oh cool, let's see. Cool. This portion of the character creation was utterly useless for us because all of this was just about like flavor text for how to integrate your character into things, which we aren't really concerning ourselves with in this particular circumstance. Now we're not because we're not ignoring everything, but it's like we're not using the setting. We're not using the same setting that the game assumes that you're using. So the game assumes that you're using the normal setting, which we are definitely not. But we figured it would be fun to do to use this game system because one of my gods is a machine named Inventor, and my partner has a fictional species that she's made that are also very complicated. They are technically artificial creatures, but oh man, I've had the thing on this whole time, haven't I? Well, at least this has, at least at the, at least I can kind of preview what this looks like, and honestly, gotta be real, that's looking pretty damn good. Because hands are fucking hard. But we're we're using Demon the Descent as the base for the powers and a lot of other things, and for the people that we're gonna be fucking with and their assets and stuff. But so at character creation, part of why we're doing it is because I really like the powers, and the powers in this system are fucking insane affectionate. Because my character, so at level 1 you start with four powers. Hey, computer, why are you doing that, huh? Okay. Anyway, so at character creation you start with 4 powers, and one of them have to be whatever your character's affinity is, because each type of angel has an affinity for a different kind of power. My character's power affinity type, well, okay. So there's two kinds of, broadly speaking, there are two kinds of powers. There are embeds and there are exploits. Embeds are the metaphor the book uses is, an embed is the, magical equivalent of a kid knowing, oh hey, there's a loose board in my neighbor's fence, so rather than having to go all the way around the block, I can just move this board aside and then just cut through the yard and I'll be there way faster. Versus an exploit is cool, I'm gonna kick the board out of the fence and I'm gonna make a big noise, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna rip the board off and hurl it into the neighbor's window. It is a massive, gross use of power. And, fittingly, it's because embeds are more subtle effects versus exploits are very, very big effects. Though, that said, even though they are technically air quote smaller effects, embeds still do some wild shit. So my character has four powers to start with. It has one exploit because analysts specialize in exploits, and that's what kind of demon she is an analyst. Uh, so she has one exploit and three embeds. Her exploit is called Play on Words, and it's ridiculous, and I love it, and it's absolutely my sort of thing. And Astra knows me fairly well, and I would dare say Astra knows me more than most folk know me. So Astra will probably understand why I say that this is extra super my speed. Because what Play on Words does is... So, there's an example that I saw online from, like, one of the official, like, stories about it. And there's a guy who kind of comes off as, like, a bit of a douche to a couple of demons that he's trying to hit on and failing miserably. But, at one point, he uses the phrase something to the effect of, like, yeah, well, I figured I didn't really have a chance, but I figured I'd at least take a shot. And then there's, like, a sound, and he suddenly feels, like, a sharp pain in his stomach, and looks down to find, like, a hole in his chest that he's bleeding out of. He's like, what happened? One of the demons. You took a shot. Hope that works out well for you. Because they used Play on Words to twist what he meant to be from, oh, I thought I would try my hand at this, to, I thought I would just take a shot from the gun to the chest and see how that played out for me. And it's just, the number of things I can think to do with that are immense. Especially because nothing in the power specifies that it has to be something that other people say. So, in theory, this would mean that you could, like, just say something with the intent of setting it up to use Play on Words. And then, do whatever it is. Another example that the book gives, that's not from, like, one of the short stories, is somebody being at a bar and talking about his right to bear arms, and suddenly, how you could either suddenly take that to mean, twist that to mean that suddenly the man is sleeveless and his arms are bare, as in naked, or you could suddenly give him fuzzy paws and claws because he now has ursine arms. And that's an exploit. All her other powers are embeds, which are things which mean, like, mechanically, there's one major difference between the two. Well, there's a couple major differences. The biggest, like, flavor element that's different between the two of them is that, yeah, it's kind of pun magic, which is really fun. But, I guess there's two major differences, which is that embeds simply work. You can just do them. They're reflexive. They don't require any additional resources. They don't require you to spend any resources. They're just a thing you can do because the way that they explain it is because embeds are mystical subroutines that the God Machine has programmed into reality so that its agents can do what it wants them to. And when a demon learns it, like, it's kind of like relearning an old muscle memory for them. As opposed to an exploit, which is like taking a mystical subroutine that they're familiar with and, like, overloading it with magic. And that you do have to spend some resources to use exploits. So her other powers, which, keep in mind, these are things she can do at will. One of her things is called, oh fuck, what's it called? It's called Download Knowledge. And for those of you who aren't familiar with White Wolf things, rather than having like a flat like modifier for like a roll, like oh, you know, my cleric has like a plus 13 or something. No, I think it's plus 17. Like for example, my cleric, she has like a plus 19 to charisma, to persuasion and like intimidation and stuff like that. So whenever I roll 1d20 for, when I'm playing D&D, it's like I roll 1d20 and add 19 to it. In White Wolf games, whatever your bonuses are translates to extra dice that you get to roll. Because it's not like you're trying to reach a total number, it's... So in Demon, you roll d10s, and any 8, 9, or 10 is considered a success. But you only need one success to succeed at something. As opposed to previous editions where you would be like, you might need a number of successes. Skills and stuff are measured in what are called dots, or at least frequently referred to as dots, because they are visually represented on the character sheets as dots. So, Download Knowledge lets you at any time roll, I believe it's Wits plus Occult. Well, normally it's Wits plus Computer, but because computers are less of a thing in this setting, we made it Wits plus Occult. And we're making computers more of an artificing skill. Yeah, so it's Wits plus Occult, which for my character would be a dice pool of 9 at level 1. And essentially, however many successes you get to put that many skill ranks into a skill that you... or to any skill that you choose to buff. And you can do this at any time. It is a type of action called a reflexive action, which means that you can literally do it. It is called a reflexive action because it's not even something your character consciously has to do. It is just a reaction that their body has to stimuli. So it's just like, oh. Like, the thing that I find is extra stupid about this particular power is that the book specifies reflexive actions do not take your turn, and you can take them at any point, even in combat. You can take them at any point. And many things in combat are based on, like, skills. Like, your defense, I believe, is, like, something plus your athletics in this system. My character has a 0 in athletics. This is going to shock fucking nobody. What? One of my characters has nothing in athletics? Shocker. But she can, like, take her turn, and then, like, at the end of her turn, be like, alright, cool. Like, on the end of my turn, I'm going to roll Wits plus Occult and rolls. I'm going to put 3 skill dots into athletics. Sorry. My brain runs faster than my mouth does, so sometimes it struggles to keep up. Also, sometimes my mouth runs faster than my brain does. But but oh god, that's really cute. Oh, but right, so like, she could be like, okay, my turn starts. I'm gonna pick up this pistol that, like, fell on the ground because my partner, took someone out nearby. I'm gonna pick up the pistol, and then, like, and I'm going to use Download Knowledge to put skill ranks into firearms, and then shoot somebody with it. And then at the end of your turn, you can be like, cool. I then use Download Knowledge to shift my dots to athletics. Now, you don't get to keep the dots that you... So, like, if you do that, so if she, if she does that, she does lose the dots she put into firearms, because you can only benefit from one Download Knowledge at a time. But you can still benefit from multiple ones at a time. Or, like, you can still, like... You can kind of do it at will. Well, so there's some things, one of which is the fact that in the normal setting, the danger is that um, so there's a couple of things. One of which is, so my dice pool is 9 dice, but I still only get however many dots equal to how many successes I get, and a success is only considered on an 8, 9, or 10. So, 9 dice. I do have a good chance of getting at least a couple of ranks, but it's not going to be as good. Like, I'm never going to be good at firearms as my girlfriend's character is, because my girlfriend's character actually has actually has dots in firearms, because she actually uses firearms a lot. As opposed to my character, who is uh, more of a support character. So this is a more of a investigation kind of game. So my character is more like the brains of the operation. My character is the one who's has the most investigative skills. Sometimes slowing down really is good for your brain and processing. Hey, now don't bully me on air. That's not nice, even if you're right. You can't just be right on me. You can't just be in my head and be right at me on stream. That's not fair. This is a comedy. Um, but while my character can make herself passable at any skill, at least not till later levels will she be able to bullshit proficiency at anything as well as another player could if that player specialized in something. So that's download knowledge, which I think is neat as hell. Uh, her other powers are left or right, and shift consequence. Shift consequence is the easiest one to explain. Oh, right. But challenges, right? Normally, while anybody can use embeds, and while embeds don't technically reveal you, there is in the normal setting, there's kind of this always inherent risk of using anything magical, because you're trying to lay low from the god machine. So you don't really want to be going around doing things that are going to grab its attention. And breaking the rules of reality is a pretty good way to, grab its attention. This said, what we're doing to still kind of have those stakes in our game is essentially deciding that some of the other that essentially we're trying to, rather than we have power borrowed from someone else that we're not supposed to have, or that it's trying to reintegrate us. Our current idea / what we're running with at the moment is that the powers that we have, because the powers that we're getting are still anomalous and are still out of place. We're not changing that part. However, rather than it being oh, well, we are renegade angels using bits of forbidden knowledge that we knew when we were angels that we're not supposed to know now, it's... So her character comes from a completely different reality than, when the main game is going to take place in. Because we thought it would be really funny for one of her funny robot people to meet my funny robot god and to go on an adventure together. Honestly, it's kind of the beginning and end of why we're doing this. Because we thought it would be fun. Which, honestly... Why are you suddenly... Ah, that's why. Why are my lines suddenly being done? Um, oh right, but we thought it'd be fun to like have one of her robots run into my robot god and have some funny adventures. Also, because on her planet, like on her fictional planet, there's like this large entity simply called the Machine that is doing strange things with magic. And uh so her character was launched through a portal because she kind of got wrong place, wrong time sort of situation back on her home world. Wrong time, wrong place. So she got launched through a portal and ejected over the Sea of Shards, which is like a gaping wound in the surface of the planet, because the roof of the world doesn't exist. Like the top of the planet is fully missing. And then as she was falling through space, was caught by. Uh, so the my character is Inventor, which is the god of innovation and embraces. And given that they're the god of like innovation and like evolution, I figure this means they're probably rather intimately connected with like technology, so where they're probably aware of all like if a technological device exists in the same reality as Inventor, they are aware of it because like that is just that is their domain, is innovation and embraces. And so the moment this new synthetic life form appeared, they felt it because it's like I'm connected to all technological devices in this reality. You're an entirely synthetic being like what we used to be, and you did not exist 30 seconds ago. How the fuck did you get here? Uh, and due to like some remnants from the Machine's magic having taken an interest in Neon's character, and my character literally being one of the gods of this world, we're trying to we're deciding that we're playing it kind of close to the chest because we're saying that the powers are coming from a weird combination of uh, Inventor's own magic buffing Lumen's capabilities, as well as like weird bits from the Machine interacting with Lumen or with interacting with Inventor's stuff and like causing things to go a bit strange. Oh, neat, actually. Cool. Oh, but so, like, while we don't have, like, the God Machine to worry about, we're still trying to avoid drawing too much attention just because if one of the other gods who are less than savory noticed that, oh, hey, there's, like, there's a divine energy signature coming from a place where, by all rights, there should be no divine energy signatures coming from at all. I'm gonna go investigate what that is in case that's something I can make use of. You know, we're trying to avoid drawing attention for that reason. But, admittedly, we are going to have a much easier time compared to like a normal demon game. Because in a normal demon game, like you're more or less like you're demons in a more or less normal human world, or at least relatively speaking, a relatively normal human world. And here we're not. Here we are 5,000% in a world where like it's common to see people that are like half demon or like full on anthros. Like not a lot is gonna stick out on this planet. So while we are still gonna like, while we are still going to try to be careful and try to avoid drawing too much attention, it's not like we have to worry about somebody seeing our like real form and like freaking the fuck out, because if someone saw their real form, they would just be like, that's neat, moving on with my day. Because weird shit is all over the place in this planet. The planet doesn't have a top. The top of the planet just flat doesn't exist. Cool, you are exactly the same color. But like, so we had to figure out where are the stakes coming from. If we're not really going to have to worry about hiding because everything's already fucking weird, then like, where are the stakes coming from? Well, we decided that the stakes are going to come from the fact that like, yeah, no one's really going to question too much about things, but you're still going to need, or at least probably want, to be careful about where you're who you're showing what to, because I mean, if you're not careful about that, then who knows who's going to find you. Interesting. Why did you do that? Interesting. Let's see. Figure. Interesting. Hello? Oh, right, I forgot that that tool's a little weird. Honestly, I'll figure out how to do that. Use that tool later. Now is not the time to learn how to use a new tool. Now is a great time to use a tool that we're familiar with, though. Okay, now... Mask? Nope. I should look at Geist. I've heard about it before. Oh, right. But so, like, the funny, weird, fucked up powers. Because I think they're cool as hell. So her other powers are, they're called left or right. And then she also has a power, so her two other embeds, she has left or right, and she has left or right and shift consequence as her two other embeds. Shift Consequence is very much so on the tin. It is. It lets you chain. It lets you be like. You do have to roll for it. All of the powers you have to roll for, at least that I've seen so far. But you have to roll for it, and but if you succeed, you get to be like, cool. So actually, I didn't get shot. That person got shot, or like I didn't got shot. The wall got shot. Now, there is some funny shenaniganry with this, because the book says, like, the consequence has to be something that the new victim could conceivably experience. And they give the examples of cars don't feel embarrassed and buildings don't get lost. Now, I have a slight bone to pick with them, because buildings absolutely get lost. Like, there's a great example of that in the game Control, because the main building place is somewhere that, like, unless you have a damned good reason to find it, it doesn't show up for you. Like, it just, you will not be able to find it unless it wants you to find it, or you are supposed to find it. So, like, saying that, you know, you can't, that a building can't be lost is like, think larger. Think more outside the box. Because, sure, a building could absolutely get lost. Especially in this day and age with technology and, fucking apparently. Now, this could just be something that I was told and then I never verified. And I perhaps should have verified. But I have no reason to believe that the people who told me this information would have done so... would have intentionally deceived me, so... Never felt a real... you know... It's something that's been in my head that as an adult I've not really felt the verification... the need to verify. But apparently, if the data I have is to be believed, there are devices that we have that allow folk to just fully, like, basically scoop up your house, foundation and all, and move it somewhere else if, you know, you are really wanting to move but not wanting to lose your house, or, like, not wanting to leave your house behind. Which is baffling to me. I think I've actually seen one of them before. That or I'm getting confused with something else. But I'm just like, that is an insane thing to exist. But I digress. So it's, you know, whoever is now, whoever experiences the new consequence, at the very least, you need to be able to explain how it experiences that consequence. Or at least that's how we are ruling it. Because it's our game and we can do what we want to. I mean, like, it's not our IP, but, like, the game we're running is our own and we can do whatever the fuck we want to. See, I really didn't fix the ear tips as much as I thought that I had. Unfortunate. Where did it go? There it is. But so, you know, so one of her things is called Shift Consequence, and it's really neat. It's also her really only her real offensive power. Because one thing I realized that you can do is, like, cool. especially in our specific game, given that we're playing robotics, or that both of us are playing robots, um, could totally do something to the effect of like, cool, I'm gonna stab myself in a part of my body that on me is a non-critical component, but that a human getting stabbed, or like an organic being getting stabbed here, would have a, to say the least, very bad time. And then use shift consequence to make it to where, no, 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 no. I didn't stab myself in the throat. You stabbed yourself in the throat. However, this one does have a risk of blowing your cover. It does innately specify that you have a chance of blowing your cover on that one. Oh, and then left or right, her other power that I started talking about. Left or right is very, very simple. It lets you... Because a lot of demon powers, what they function off of is taking advantage of things that people don't yet know. So, for example, with left or right, it lets you determine the outcome of a binary... Like, it lets you determine the outcome of a binary choice or decision that you do not yet currently know what its outcome will be. So, for example, if you're like about to open a door, you could use left or right to make sure that the lights are on, you know, like on the other side of the door, the lights are turned on. Assuming that you cannot see into the room beforehand, so you don't know if they're on or not. Another example is deep pockets, which lets you pull anything out of your pockets so long as you, like, so long as it can fit outside, so long as the object that you are trying to pull can fit inside, or can fit through the aperture of whatever it is that you're trying to pull it through, you can pick up more or less anything. However, because it's kind of like a, oh, well, you can't prove I don't have a grenade in my pocket, because you don't know what's in my pockets. But the, like, kind of other side of this is the fact that, like, if you go through, like, security, and, like, you know, you go through, like, a metal detector at, like, a function, and kind of confirm that, you know, oh, yes, I have nothing in my pockets, nothing up my sleeve, you could not then... like, you would not be able to then turn around and be like, haha, I pulled something out of my pocket that should have been picked up on the metal detector. It doesn't work like that. So with left or right, it can be like a, okay, I can't see into this room, I'm going to make sure that the lights are turned on the other side. Or like, I can't control what, you know, I can't control what these dice are going to roll, but I can control whether the dice roll comes up even or odd. Is another example. Borderlines, where'd you go? There you are. Those the ear lines? Right, because the ears are on a different thing. Oh, that's actually very good to know. Because now I can go and blend these better. So, you know, like, you couldn't go to a craps... The example they gave is, like, you can't go to a craps table and, like, determine the roll. But you can go and determine whether it'll be even or odd. Now, this does get a little weird, because the base power doesn't specify a level on abstraction. Like, it doesn't specify the, like, oh, like, you can determine... The way things are done, there is technically a limit on abstraction, but it's not communicated very clearly what it is. Because it's something to the effect of, like... The first part is simply, you can determine the outcome of any binary choice. So long as you have no way of actually fully predicting the outcome ahead of time. But it does say that, like, you can't, like, but then, like, so with this system, there's normal successes and then there's exceptional successes. And essentially, the exceptional successes, like, says that you can get more abstract with what you're defining as a binary choice with it. But, like, it doesn't ever specify what the normal limit is for how abstract you can get with something. So it's a little funkily phrased. But also, the whole books are a little bit funky and have some issue with, like, things not being fully... I mean, honestly, yeah. There are, like, there technically are, like, some other things, like... It has to be something that hasn't been, like, already, like, recently proven to be false or something. So, if someone has recently been like, oh yeah, like if someone's like, just went through, I don't know, TSA and had underwear on, and so, like, people know that they have underwear on, then going like, oh, well, I'm gonna make it to where they don't have underwear on would be a little funky. But it does say, like, oh, well, if you get an exceptional success, while you maybe can't control, like, if I recall correctly, it's like, with an exceptional success, you could look at the choices like oh, well, either the dice are going to roll a 6 or they're not. And I'm like, well, nothing in the original ability specified that, like, that would be an invalid thing to start with, essentially. There was no, like, real clear indicator of, like, how many degrees of abstraction were too far, or, stuff like that. Now, this is admittedly only really a problem because if you're, like, folk who know me will know that I love taking things to their extremes. Or, like, I love seeing how far I can get with something. So it's like, oh, well, I can make a binary... well, the choice just has to be binary. One of my first, like... honestly, great example. I was reading the rules text for left or right, and I kind of had the thought of, like, okay, so you could determine whether the dice are even or odd, but, like, why... if you can determine whether the dice roll is either even or odd, why can't you, like, decide what the roll... like, because then either, like... because... either it rolls a specific number that you specify, or it doesn't. Where's the issue there? And then the like, literal, the next part was, like, on an exceptional success, you could do further abstract things. I'm like, but where does it say that I can't do that to start with? Just a little unclear. I mean, yeah. I'm not sure it's really necessarily unclear, more so I just am very autistic and like to see how far I can get away with things, how far I can stretch things. But I have thought of, like, some fun ideas, like, going into a room that we're not sure what's on the other side, determining whether or not anyone else is in the room. Are there any weapons in this room? Is there helpful information in the... like, there's so many things that you could do that are a binary choice. Or at least, like, it is... they do specify, and, like, they are, like, factors that would depend on more than just a binary choice aren't affected. But then it fails to really, like, kind of set up what parameters really there are as to determining what is considered, like, where things start getting considered binary and where they're not. That part's never made incredibly clear. Honestly, let's just remove the pen pressure temporarily so that I can just do this and know how high the thing is going to be. Pen pressure, incredibly helpful 95% of the time. However, there are moments where actually pen sensitivity, or like pressure, pen pressure, isn't handy. Let's see, what's another fun... Oh, right. But so I've had a lot of fun like thinking of like how to use shift consequence or left or right to funky degrees. There's also, you fully design basically like another character. Technically you almost have to design 3 characters to play a game of Demon. At least normally. Because you have your character that is like the character that is like the demon itself. Then you have their cover, which is like the front that they put up so that other people won't look at them too hard or question why they're places. I mean, it's kind of very name on the 10. It's a cover. It's like, it's the lie they sell to the rest of the world so that people don't look too hard at them when they are places that they're not supposed to be, or, like, act more inhuman than they, you know, perhaps should. So you have your fucking, you have your character, you have their cover, which is like their human mask, their mundane life, more or less. And then you have your demon form, which is like your full, like, you're not hiding anything. You are just bringing to bear all of the weird, arcane, eldritch machinery that makes up your original true form. And it is unquestionably, like, there is nothing even vaguely human about these things. Like, they are eldritch monstrosities of wires and oil and metal. They're glorious. I love them. Honestly, Demon the Descent, great game for like any of like the robot girls out there, like for like the robot girl euphoria. Great game. Part of why we're playing it, truthfully. Like, let me find, where's the... Demon the Descent. Storyteller's Guide. Like, this is the fucking... Like, this is the front page, or like front cover of like the DM's guide. Let's see. Do. This horrifying abomination in the center. That's what a demon looks like, or at least that's what one of them looks like. Is like this weird fucked up biomechanical form. Like that's like what one demon's. So, you know, like, this is the sort of weird eldritch, chaotic, fucked up machine nonsense that's going on. And like your demon form also has its own set of powers, which you can also use your normal powers. But like you also have like powers that you can only use when you're in your demon form, which are called, fittingly enough, form abilities. However, but wait, there's more. Complicating the complicating yet further the like difference between stuff and things. You can, in fact, partially transform into your demon state, because normally you're just supposed to be in your cover, but you can either, it's called going loud, you can either entirely destroy your current cover and go loud, which like you absorb a shitload of power, your powers are super souped up for a while, but you cannot go back into your cover until you have like, but that cover is irrevocably destroyed permanently, and you cannot reclaim that cover ever again. That is just, that cover is just fucked. Or you can just turn into your full demon form without going loud, but it does still draw suspicion. Or you can go partially into your demon form and manifest just some of your form abilities, but they do look weird. So like, Inventor's form abilities are really funky and neat, and I love them all dearly. One of their form abilities is essentially the fact that whenever they're in their full demon form, they aren't like one cohesive unit. They're a nanobot swarm. Their form abilities are, they can just see magic. They can also like sense things that are also anomalous, like they are. They have +2 dice on resisting supernatural powers. They can touch something magical and suck magic out of it. They have the weirdest, neatest form of mobility I've seen in a game that's... I'm a big sucker for, like, unique things. And one of the things, one of the movements, so like your demon forms have unique movement systems that only their demon forms can use. One of them is called urban fluidity, and it's very unclear the specifics of how it works, as is a lot of stuff. But the description is, instead of moving normally, you can instead look at a man-made object within your line of sight, and then just basically, what even is the term? It's not teleporting. You don't teleport, but you like, it's almost like a grappling hook, almost, because it's like, you look at a man-made thing, and then you just move there in the quickest, most direct route possible. But like, you're a blur of movement while you move too quickly to grab shit. So it's neat and nifty and funky and weird. And given how my character works, I took that for them. Because Inventor's all about like invention and technology and stuff. So I figure, honestly, the only question I had regarding it was like, hey, what happens if, say, kind of, but it's almost like, the question I have is like, okay, well, say I look through a hole in the wall, and because it just says like, it says you choose a man-made object within your line of sight, and you move directly towards it at the fastest, most direct route, and then you stand on it as if you were standing flat on it, regardless of angle and gravity. So, my question is, well, okay, So say there's a hole in the wall that I can't squeeze through, but I have like a ball bearing in my pocket. Can I throw the ball bearing through and then make sure that's within my line of sight, and then just target the ball bearing for that ability? Like, can I do that? The My partner and I have decided that, yeah, if you can see something else on the other side that would fall under the purview of the ability, then even if you can't squeeze through it, you do somehow find a way to like just zoop right through to it. That's also the thing, is like, because not knowing, like, does a route exist to get to this point? Yeah, no, that's exact kind of thing. It's like, well, honestly, fair, and honestly, that was kind of what I was expecting whenever I posed the question to her. But she was like, "No, I think you would find a way through." And I'm like, "Well, all right. I'm not gonna, I'm not, I'm not gonna negotiate against myself." So, sweet. But I was super expecting her to be like, "Oh, I don't know about that." And this might very well be a thing where, like, in play, we end up changing our minds. Now, I also do kind of admit the whole like pushing a ball bearing through would be a little nonsense, but if you could look through and see like a wall or something that was made, that would that was the exact example I gave. Was like, if you look through if it's just a hole in the wall and you could see like another wall on the other side, like, could you just zoop through there? And she was like, well, I mean, if it says that if you see it and it's in your line of sight, then you move to it, then I feel like, you know, they don't tend to leave a whole lot of room for, like, they tend to be rather literal with their meaning, so if it says your line of sight, and it's in your line of sight, then, well, I think that's a yes. Like, fair enough. I also really like their whole nanobot composition, because it does specifically say that you can make simple tools and items out of yourself because you're a cloud of nanobots. And I just think that's neat as hell. I love a good. I love being able to just like extrude tools from myself. I think that's a really neat ability in any game, truthfully. God, I do need to be told no more frequently in games. If nothing else, just to encourage my creativity even more. Like, alright, well, if this horse shit doesn't work, what about, let me think of some other horse shit. the initial thought, not a no-go. Let me see if I can think of another thought. I was playing a game with my niece recently, and we're trying to figure out what to do next in the story, and I'm like, yeah, we need to think of something that I can't just be insanely clever and just, like, clever our way through, because we had a great chance to go fuck up some bandits, but I instead had the fun thought of, well, what if I made an illusion, because I have this ability that says if I make an illusion that if you're so far away from me, it's like very believable. We're in a forest. What if I just make an illusion from like between a couple of trees that makes it look like the forest through the forest you can see beyond those trees is starting to catch fire, because no one's going to want to stay around in the like if there's a forest fire starting, no one's going to want to stick around. And I rolled very well, and so they fell for my, I believe I crit actually, and so they all pieced, and we got to just loot their camp more or less unimpeded. But, you know, I love solving problems, and I love, I really love solving problems and making things, and just, I love puzzling my way through things. It's very fun. To be fair, the ability itself, pretty balanced. I just am great at finding weird ways to use things. Oh, I shouldn't have been... Well, I guess up to a certain point, that's still handy. Cool. I'm going to stop doing the hands at the moment because doing the hands is not helpful universally currently. There are also, like, just so many, like, insane abilities in Demon. Like, one really fun one that my partner's taking is called, Merciless Gunman. And the rules on it are a little finicky, but the overall gist is, if you get the drop on somebody, at least our current understanding of it is, more or less, if you get the drop on somebody, then... So, like, if you get the drop on somebody and activate this power, you get to just instantly eliminate a number of targets equal to the number of successes that you rolled on the power roll. So, like... Now, it doesn't work on, like, other supernaturals, I don't believe. But, like... You know, you rock up, you roll 9 successes, and you just instantly ice 9 targets. Well, I forgot. It does specify it's either up to the number of successes that you rolled, or however many bullets are in your gun's clip. Whichever is higher, I believe. Ah, I see. That's kind of like the cutoff point with where things line up. Noted. Pardon me. Oh, but, like, so... Honestly, I'm really proud of her. She picked a really gross combination of powers, if I'm going to be entirely real, and I'm very proud of her for it. Because she also took a different power called Momentum. And how Momentum works is... somebody else around you succeeds on something. And so, you take this... and you can kind of use it to, like, run with it and buff your own powers. So, what this translates into is... you can choose another roll that somebody's going to make. Or... I need to look at the rules for it again, specifically. But essentially, it's like, oh, hey, we're trying to be sneaky. You rolled 5 successes. I'm going to use momentum on that roll. And then the next roll that I get, I immediately get to add 5 successes to whatever roll I need to make for it. So, with Merciless Gunman, that's gross. Because that's basically like, oh, cool. We were, setting up to ambush these fucks. You rolled, 5 successes on your stealth roll. So I'm going to use momentum on that, and then use that momentum to immediately get 5 successes on... to immediately get 5 successes for Merciless Gunman, and then just fucking, get to take out, a boatload of guys all at once. And I'm so very, very proud of her. It's such. I'm not sure it's really broken per se, but like, it's such. It's such a fun little combination. I don't know if I would say it's the exact sort of thing that I would think to combine, but it's a very. Would I have thought to combine those pieces that way? Hard to say. However, I'm proud of her as fuck, because I think that's a cool ass way to combine those powers. Let's see what. Also, there's another power. We had to, had to air quotes. We rolled to see who would get one of the abilities because it would make sense for both of us. Because the power's called "Like I Built It," and it would make sense for Inventor to take it because, well, Inventor's whole thing is that they are the god of innovation and create, like innovation and making things. So it would kind of make sense that they would have an innate connection to like buildings and otherwise, because what the effect does is it lets you. I believe you have to roll. I mean, again, every power has a roll, but if you succeed on your roll for the power, then you touch a building. I believe it has to be a building. You touch a building, and then you immediately gain an understanding of what the building's like. You gain a mental map of what the building's blueprints look like. Oh, and demons have like in this setting, all demons automatically have eidetic memory and can speak all languages. Which it's essentially it's explained as as part of needing to do the God Machine's work. They needed to have these qualities. And so we have a couple of holdover qualities from back before we fell. But so with Like I Built It, it's you touch something and you instantly know the layout as according to its blueprints at the very least. So like it won't help you find anything that's hidden, but it can be useful for at the very least being like, well, I'm not sure what's through here, but this door wasn't on the original blueprints, so, something's been changed and fiddled with here. Whether this was just someone wanted an extra office, or whether this is somebody planted a bomb behind here, who knows? Not me, but I can tell you that this was not part of the original building. Structure, whatever. There's also a power that, like, I've thought about how you could use it to, like, erase data more than I probably should, or more than probably intended to. Because, like, so, okay. The way this game's successes go is there are normal successes, which are you have rolled any successes on any of your dice, which means you succeed. Then there is failures, which is just you rolled no successes, so you fail. Then there are exceptional successes, which are you rolled 5 or more successes total. And then there's dramatic failures, which are you heavily fucked up. Now, it is next to impossible to get a dramatic failure. How do I phrase this? Unless the DM suddenly, like, throws something at you, like, oh, hey, like, you turn a corner and actually you're suddenly in, like, an anti-magic area, So all of your like demon powers are gone, and so like you have to rely solely on your cover, or like barring some bullshit going on, you're not ever going to be caught off guard by a dramatic failure, because the only way you can do those is by if you roll a failure on a chance die, which there's a lot, but essentially, uh, a chance die is what you roll when you're, well, a chance die is what happens when you have no dots at all in a skill or an ability that you're making a check with. That's in, like, because to get a dramatic failure, you have to roll a failure on a chance die. You only roll a chance die if you have no dots at all that are relevant to a thing you're trying to do. So, you know, unless you're doing something, so like, unless you are doing something that you know you don't have any like proficiency with, like, you're very unlikely to get caught off guard by a dramatic failure, because, like, you know what your dots are in, and you know what you're good at, so the chance of you, like, suddenly getting completely caught off guard is or actually, truthfully, it's kind of impossible. Like, it's almost genuinely impossible to, like, get caught off guard by a dramatic failure, because, like, you don't roll chance dice very often. Is I guess the main driving force, the main point is just you don't roll chance dice frequently. However, if you ever roll a failure, you can choose to upgrade it. Also, like, I say impossible just because, like, it depends on the circumstance, but, like, most rolls are going to at least have, like, most dice are going to have at least a dot in them, given just, like, circumstances. So to not have any dice is, in a skill, is impressive and very hard to do. And now, I'm not saying that, like, you might not, like, have to roll something that you don't have dice in and then, like, get fucked. But I'm just saying that, like, if you do have to roll something that you don't have dots in, at least you will be aware of the fact that, okay, I'm rolling a chance die, so I might get a dramatic failure. As opposed to, like, if you're doing something, like, if you're doing something that you're good at, you cannot roll a dramatic failure unless you choose to. Because they do have an interesting little system where whenever you get a dramatic failure, you do get XP. So you can always choose to, if you roll a failure, a normal failure, you always have the chance to, you can air quotes upgrade, or I guess downgrade, depending on how you want to look at it. But you can always change a normal failure into a dramatic failure. And there's one ability that so there's one power whose effect is, like, I don't remember its exact power, but it's something like delete data. If anyone if you succeed, this data is just gone, and any attempt to find it, any attempt to recover this data is, like, it's made harder by how strong of a demon you are, but, it technically can be overcome by other supernaturals. But there's a different power on the other, that's essentially kind of the opposite. It's when you're trying to find data, I believe, and its dramatic failure effect is the data that you're trying to find is gone, just gone, and it's like the data that you were trying to retrieve is just permanently gone and can never be recovered, and the machine is permanently non-functional and will never be able, and cannot be fixed. So I'm thinking, well, if I'm trying to, sabotage something, it would be more effective to just use the one power and intentionally use it over and over again on the one thing until I got like until I got a failure, and then choose to make it a dramatic failure to just permanently fuck that device. You know? That makes sense? Like, if this one is simply on a success, I make it very hard to find, versus on a dramatic failure, I can make this just outright unfindable and, like, irrecoverable. Just use that to your advantage. You know? Also, I'm such a stickler for details. This will probably not shock Astra to hear, given that she has been doing TTRPGs with me for, like, years at this point, I do believe. Well, I mean, do believe, that's stupid of me. No, it has been years, because we first met back whenever I was still in college. So, years. I am a massive stickler for details. It's why, like, I didn't really understand how they were supposed to work, per se, but I would always try to draw feathers and scales on things, and I would always draw every single individual scale, or each individual feather. And honestly, I kind of stand by that. I just need to learn how to actually, like, draw those things. Hmm. I don't know if I've shared the story on here, but very random thought. It's me, I'm the random thought. But, I find it very funny. One of my favorite compliments I've ever gotten, um, I was apologized to for, or like, one of my favorite things that someone has ever said about me came with an apology, because I was hanging around with some housemates of mine at the time, and we were just, hanging out, having some fun. I forget what we were doing specifically, but I know we were in the basement. And we were just sitting on the couch, talking, having a nice time. And I don't remember what it was I said that procked the question. But one of my housemates was like, so were you a theater kid? Or, like, did you, like, improv or in college? Or it's like, no. And it's like, they asked a couple different questions about, like, asking if I was involved in different sorts of, like, drama or theater or other such things. Improv is one that I was, improv was on the list. I was like, no, I mean, like, I'm a big fan. I just never took any, like, classes or anything about, for any of those. And it just looked at me and went, oh, you're just like that, huh? I'm so sorry. And then, like, immediately was like, wait, that sounds horrible. And I'm like, no, no, no. That's amazing. I love that. That is... And it remains to my day one of the like, I don't know how to express the exact the how, but that just that amuses me so much. Like, no, no. I've never been actually like in any of those things. I'm just a dramatic bitch that is loud, obnoxious, and, as it turns out, incredibly sexy and funny. But just so funny. It's like, oh, you're just like that, huh? Oh, wait, hold on. It was, for me at the very least, a very good moment, and I don't say I think about that frequently, but I do. I think about that from time to time. I'm just like, heh. Though also, there is a ye old joke from, I believe, the same individual, which is, did you have are you funny or did you have a happy childhood? It's like, well, I am a YouTuber and I am relatively funny, so God, I love fucking around with my voice. Also, like, I started a different. I forget how much I've mentioned about this, but I started a new. Let's go with type of HRT. No, I added something to my HRT regimen, and now I basically have pregnancy hormones in my body, which is very entertaining to me because A, they seem to have stabilized my mental health a lot, which is very entertaining given the relatively universal trope slash like depiction of like hormone, or like pregnancy hormones making your like mental health like more unstable, or at least that's something I see a lot. Or at the very least more like aggressive and shit. So I find it very funny that's like, oh yeah, the chemicals that make most people like struggle with their brain more makes me struggle with my brain less. Because of course it does. Because of course my brain works funkily. Why would my brain ever work as other brains work? It doesn't in fucking any other way. So may as well not start now. Alternatively, what good is there in starting now? Truthfully. Oh, neat! Whenever I turn off pen pressure, it does it for, like, all the tools that I switch between. That's genuinely handy. My girl. God, she's coming along so well. I'm so pleased. Oh, I love my fucked up little Blorbo so much. What happened? Oh, that's what happened. It's like, what happened here on her chest? Why is her chest strangely colored? That's why. Though technically... right around... Come on. This little bit should be filled in because her clothing, I know it's very I know it's ill-advised, But I really like the thought of her, so, she doesn't have a brain like you and I have a brain. I guess I should say, like, most people have a brain. Or most individuals have a brain, I suppose. Like, her brain isn't organic. She has a core in her body that is what, like, allows her to control her powers and stuff. And, like, she has a gem in her body that acts as her brain. And I like the thought of her clothing showing off that core. Even though it's kind of like painting a giant target on, like, hey, hit me here. Most people aren't going to immediately realize what the fuck that is. So. Also, hey, what happened? Something happened with one of my layers. Oh, you. Okay. Just noticed like a little bit of one of the things had like... I don't know. I realized an errant line that should not have been there. Ah, okay. I was like a little concerned. Not that like it wouldn't have been a problem, but it would have been a little frustrating to find that like something that I had thought was done actually had like problems that needed to be fixed. Okay, so now we're gonna go over here, get this arm done. God, I love this background ambience. Which really isn't surprising. It's the ambience from The Void and Dishonored 2. And, you know, shocking. The demon from The Void enjoys the background music from a place called The Void. Though it's a different kind of void from my personal void. I did use this same void for inspiration for my cleric character, though. My girly girl who is, well, I'm not sure why I called her a girly girl. She's the furthest thing from a girly girl. But my cleric who became a god, she at one point died of her own actions because she didn't know what a ritual was going to do, so she hijacked it, which honestly still was the correct thing to do, even though she didn't understand all what her actions would do. But, she died due to that, but, like, managed to, like, force of will herself back together with the assistance of another god that she was helping at the time. But when she came back not as, like, herself, but she was, like, made of, like, obsidian, because her old body had been vaporized by the intense magical forces. And so, to bring her back to life, several of her magical items were fused together to make her body. Like, her armor became her new skin, and, like, outer shell. Her prosthetics granted her new form the ability to be flexible and, like, shapeshift a little bit. so that she could kind of function as her own bag of holding, slightly, because she could like hide stuff inside of her different parts of her body. Uh, and I decided that like she was I decided that she was made of like obsidian, air quotes, like obsidian, but like it was magical and weird. And a lot of like the way that she moved and like a lot of the way that her magic functioned after that point was heavily inspired by the Void from Dishonored. Pardon me. Oh, I should do something I keep on forgetting to do. Which is, I need to redraw her arms. Or at least some of her arms. Cause my girl's weird, which shocks nobody. She has jellyfish tentacles coming out of her back. Or at least she has two of them. Now, not bad, but a little bit thicker than actually I'm going for. Oh wait, actually, haha, I can do this differently because why is suddenly... Why are you suddenly, like, weird and transparent? What happened? You're still the same size, you're still the same tool. What happened here? Cool. Oh yeah, my jellyfish girl's really cool. I love her to death. I forget, Astra, have I, like, gone off and, like, told you about, like, why she's so fucked up and depressed and such a tragic character? Other than the fact that I decided to dump all my parental trauma into her. Hell yeah. See, technically for this part... That's fair. This girl, I love her so much. Her name is ERR. And she is... I don't know. Aw, I'm glad I could help work go by faster together, sweetheart. I don't know how to not, like, just be, like, a mom at, like, everybody. Mom or aunt, just be like, oh, sweet. Oh, I love that dart. Like, I have that personality. Anyway, I don't think I would call Air my most tragic of characters that I've ever made. But she's definitely up there. She was a... God, I'm making life so hard for myself later. Let's keep it kind of simple. Yeah, that'll work. That'll work. That'll work. That'll do, donkey. That'll do. Because she was designed to be a living weapon. Like, she was designed to be a walking war crime. But her creators could never, like, find a way to program out her, like... They wanted a walking war machine. What they got was a very kind-hearted girl who wants to help people and doesn't understand why people are scared of her. Who she's not like afraid to fight. She's very much so not afraid to defend herself. But she has no real interest in like fighting for the sake of fighting. And so her creators dubbed her a failure and did some weird mimetic brain shenanigans to erase her original name from her brain so that she could only, like, when asked her name, she could only respond with error. Like, that her name was error because her creator saw her as a failure. And, like, her creator saw her as a failure, and so, like, they literally, like, dumped her out of, like, a skyship and then just left her to fend for herself. And so now her greatest aspiration in life is now to create a place for other individuals like her who were created to be war machines, who, like, don't want to be war machines, because currently they have no home planet of their own, and they are often distrusted and seen as dangerous and predatory and creepy by others just because they are very unusual. And she's very... I didn't set out while I was making her thinking, I'm gonna make her a trans allegory. I'm gonna make her a trans allegory and I'm gonna dump all of my issues with my parents into her. But then, like, as I was building her and, like, figuring her out, there were a couple of things I'm like, why am I, like... I wonder why I'm feeling so, like, emotionally attached to Air. And, like, why... And then, like, I was just examining things one day and I was like, oh, that's why I feel so much with Air and why, like, Air feels so familiar and... Oh. Oh, I see. Oh. But I love her. She is horrifying. Like, objectively, she is horrifying. She, like... She's a jelly... Like, she's a bipedal jellyfish, or at least will be. I'm struggling to figure out how to draw her jellyfish tendrils, because they're not just like this. I want them to look like... I want them to look like these sorts of tentacles. These, like these gauzy, like, the white, lacy, gauzy looking parts of the tendrils. I want the arms that come from her back to look like that. That's the end goal. So I've been studying that, trying to figure out how to make that transition work, and I have some ideas. But tricky to translate that from that to here. Ooh. Well, 2.5 hours isn't bad. Okay. I may need to step out for a bit, but if I do, I want to just put out, if I do end up having to step out, I do intend to come back. I really like at least I like the concept of having dials on my tablet that do things. In practice, they don't always quite behave like I want them to. I don't have symmetry on currently, do I? Ah, I do. Oh, fuck. Oh, that's why I was fucking up. That's why this part was fucked up. Aha, okay, turn that off. No symmetry for this part. Is there an update for those drivers, perhaps? I would be a little surprised, but... Oh, I can customize the sensitivity. What if I turn that down? Will that make you behave better and more consistently? Well, let's try this. Nope. Definitely doesn't seem to have made that better. What do you mean radial? Oh no, did I make my program freeze up? Oh no! Ah! Oh no, 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 no. Heck. I've just having minor issues with my... Trying to figure out how to, like, get... Drive safe. It's very important to drive safe. Interesting. So, by default, that seems to be some sort of... Oh, I can choose what those do? Oh. Well, that's good to know, actually. Okay, I'll fuck with that later. But apparently I can change exactly what the dials do. Which is... great for my particular needs. Though I am a little confused as to why... Maybe it's because I accidentally, like, did stuff while it was thinking. Unusual. But, alright. I'm so very happy with how she's turning out. I'm actually, in a very weird turn of events, I'm actually looking forward to getting to the part that I normally dread the most, which is the shading. Because, I don't know, lighting hard. What is lighting? Lighting so hard. Lighting so hard make brain go sad. But Toriyama has a very simplified version of shading that he does. Or did, I suppose. Rest in peace. But, like... So, I'm not actually as concerned with the shading on this one as I normally am. Because rather than it being like, oh, I'm going to have to do hyper-specific shading in all these different areas, it's going to be, oh, I need to do... Like, the main thing is that, like, there's going to need to be... I'm going to have to do, like, a thing... Well, here, like... Essentially, all the green that you see here is going to... Well, I do need to redo this, since there have been updates since I did this. But, like, the green are functionally where the... Wait, it went that far back? Damn, that really went way far back in the edit history for some reason. Damn. The fuck happened? It's actually kind of confusing. It's fine, but, like... That's really, really weird. Like, her chest is... Like, I need to fix her chest again. Like, that's... Yeah, like, I need to redo her chest. Like, I need to refix the little porthole in her thing. That's so weird. What happened? Why did it go back that far? But right, but so like, you know, all of the, come on, zoom out. Out, you bitch, zoom out. Fine, fuck you, control 0. But all the green's gonna be shadows, all the yellows are gonna be highlights, and it's gonna be a good time. I already, that's like, this is part of why I have the palette over here so that I know what shades are gonna be where. I'm pleased as punch and excited to get to the shading, and it feels weird to say that. Just since previously on Dragon Ball, no. Just because previously it was always like such a pain, because lighting hard and drawing was hard. So like the thought of having to like do shading while also doing like the drawing was very stressful. Part of why I didn't like doing it back then. Also, like, I realized part of why I've had so much issue with learning how to do art, which is also a great way to, like, illustrates, like, how my brain works so strangely compared to, like, what people expect. Uh, Everywhere in the art world, everything tries to get you to understand, hey, you need to figure out how skeletons and, like, the underlying shapes work, because that informs how the rest of things work. I never. It never sank into me that this was because of, like. I mean, honestly, in this drawing, you can probably tell in some bits. Though, admittedly, some bits have been our decisions rather than mistakes. But the thing that like caught my attention is things don't have outlines in real life. They have bones. And like, oh, that's why everything's so focused on like making sure you know how the bones work, because if you don't know how the bones work, then you're not going to understand really how like the shapes are formed and like how the structure is formed. And then you need to know how the structure is formed for other things to make sense. And just despite reading plenty of like how to draw books and going through many art classes, no one ever phrased that in a way that made sense to me. And so this whole time it's just been like, okay, yeah, but like how do the bones help you to get like the shape? Because that like the bones are the bones, and I'm looking for like the finished thing, and like how I don't understand and I don't see the connection between the two. And just illustrates very. I'm not sure if you'd call it being dumb, but like unless someone can point out very explicitly or very directly where my understanding has gone wrong, if I have an understanding that I think is correct, or at least have not been like I have yet to like be told specifically that is incorrect, my brain like if I think I understand, unless someone explicitly tells me I'm misunderstanding something, I won't try to like. How do I didn't realize that like my understanding of how you know to form like the drawings worked was because I wasn't understanding how the structure was working. I was thinking of just like me. I was thinking it was simply my inability to like visualize and break things down into shapes. Because I also struggled to do that a lot. I'm so bad at breaking things down into shapes. There are a couple pieces I've done where like I've actually managed to do it really well, where I've like suddenly like, oh wait, I super understand how how the hand looks from this particular direction. Uh, which has always been really wild experiences for me whenever like I've never sometimes I'll be doing art and something will click and I'll like understand something. I'll be like, oh, this is what was going wrong this whole time. Or like, oh, I suddenly understand how to do this thing perfectly. But that knowledge doesn't often that knowledge won't stick. It'll be like, oh, so that's how you do like, oh, that's how you know, like for example, I did one piece that I'm really proud of, actually. Because I have a character who her whole well, I have a character who their whole story is they were a human child that got thoroughly traumatized by their parents to the point where like they were traumatized away from their gender and are adopted by a demon. And uh there uh I hate League. I also hate the fact that League apparently fucks every single apparently Rockstar Studios fucks every single animation studio they work with for things outside of the game. Um at least from what I have heard. Which is real unfortunate. But there's a song from the latest season of Arcane that really made me think of this character, Catan, also known as Catania Shop, which is a stitched together version of how you say little one in Hebrew for complicated reasons. But in Arcane, there's a song that's song about a character who's like really going through it and kind of pivots from you should really like just let me go to don't let me go. And it really reminds me of Catan's kind of personal journey because due to the shit they've gone through, they think they're the problem. Like for the longest time they believed that like the reason why like because they are a child. And so for the longest time they thought that, you know, all the stuff that happened to them was because they were bad. Like because they had been bad. But then thanks to their guardian parent that adopted them and the adventures they've been on, they realized, oh, actually no, I'm not the one in the wrong. It's just fucked up the things that my human parents did to me. And so one of the songs really makes me think of Catan and Guardian, and so I did an animatic about it. Because actually, here, let's see. I actually think I did. I think I put it up. No, I put it up on my other channel because I didn't want to risk it getting a strike. Honestly, fuck it though. Let's see. But I did like a whole like animatic about like just I did a cute little like animatic about like Catan and Guardian, and just how Catan has comforted how Guardian has comforted Catan. All right, but this one doesn't have the audio on it because yeah, this one doesn't have the audio, so. How do I want to do this? We'll do this. Hello, brief stream type change. Very brief, though. Volume. Really low. I only ask, or I'm only doing this because I'm really proud of this particular bit. I did this a while ago, back before I had my new tablet that makes things work so much better for my brain and my sense of spatial awareness. Okay. Uh, audio levels are probably going to change a little bit, but this should be fine. Yeah, so here's the thing. Here's the animatic I did. This world is a wasteland where nothing can grow. If it weren't for you, I'd be here all alone. I know in my heart this is where we belong. Yeah, the hands are for scale also, so you can see the difference between Guardian and Catan. Go, 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 go. I also, like, I love so much about just that last bit, truthfully, because, like, I love the whole... Nope. Quiet. Yep. Just, like, I love how smoothly the eyes open from the Catan, or from, like, Guardian. I'm very pleased with this whole sequence. But, like, I did draw everything, here myself, like, by hand, with references. But I actually, like, figured out how to do, like, how the different hands would be, like, different positions and, like, different reference points and stuff, and weirdly enough, for some reason I was working on this and just at some point something clicked and I was like, oh, that's how hands would be at that angle. And honestly, this is the weirdest, this particular frame is the strangest one because, oh, I'm just realizing that didn't actually show anything. Fuck me. Hey, why, why did the, wait, hold on. OBS, why did you not do the thing that I was expecting you to do? OBS, what are you... What? Why? OBS, what are you even doing? Why? And also why? The why's a big thing. I'm curious as to the why. It's not showing the thing that... Huh. That's really, really fucking weird. Also, extra now weird because that didn't make any sense. They were just a drastic audio change. Let's see. Do okay, this should work. If this doesn't work, I'm not sure why. It's so... That's really freaking strange that it didn't do what I told it to. Also, now it's not even pulling up one of the windows? What is going on? There we go. Okay. So this is the animation. This place is a wasteland where nothing can grow. If it weren't for you, I'd be here all alone. I know in my heart... Oh, honestly, fucked up thing, though. I can sing this in Catan's voice, and it's 5,000 times more fucked up. Cause Catan's voice is, like, real small, and, like, real scratchy, and real, like, quiet and shy, and, like... I can sing the whole song, like, I can sing this portion in Catan's voice, but it makes it so much more fucked up. But, like, you can see, like, the size of the, like... I drew, like, all, like, I used references and, like, drew all of these to like kind of show the different like just because the sense of scale really is what sells it bigly for me, because just like it shows how tiny Catan is compared to this massive eldritch creature who they accidentally summoned and who adopts them. I also just like right here, we can like barely see their little fingers poking out through Guardian's fingers because they're so tiny. Don't let me go, 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 go. And then this last bit where like, don't let me go, with the Guardian's eyes opening. I'm so pleased with how that came out because this was a very simple like frame by frame animation that I did. I've actually like made each individual frame, which I've not always done. Sometimes I've tried to just rely on like smudge frames more or less. Just I'm so pleased with how this animation came out, and it looks so well. And I think so hard about my characters, and they embed themselves so deeply into my brain. I love them though. I've always been a fucking storyteller. Like aeons ago, I've always been very focused on like I've always been very invested in telling stories and telling stories with others, and like the interesting stories that I think of in my brain, or the interesting characters that I think of. We're not going to think too hard about how so many of my characters have very, very traumatic backstories, because I don't really feel like examining that at the moment. That's what Fridays are for. This is a reference to the fact that's when I go to therapy every week. Well, every other week. Let's see.
This world is a wasteland where nothing can grow. If it weren't for you, I'd be here all alone. I know in my heart this is where we belong. This place is a wasteland. Don't let me go, 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 go. Don't let me go.
Honestly, that one kind of fits for Air 2, truthfully. Like, Little Miss was abandoned by her creators for having too much of a heart. Ugh. I know I'm fully in charge of the things that happen to my characters, but God, fuck Air's creators. I hate them. I'm so very glad that they were plans to be like an arc villain for the campaign that she was made in. I'm also realizing, wait, Astra, if you're picking up your roommate but still listening, I mean, I guess you have earbuds. I just suddenly had like the very funny thought of you just like picking up your roommate from like wherever and then being like, "Hey, cool. So we're watching. So we're listening to this. You're gonna listen to my autistic friend like ramble." With just like very little to no context, and that's very entertaining. Now, I did realize as I was saying that pretty sure you do have earbuds that work currently. Shit, where'd I put my pen? Where'd I put my pen? But until I remembered the existence of headphones, it was very entertaining to think about. It's like, hello, glad you got off work. Listen to this autistic bitch go off about 5,000 different random things. I have so many much thoughts about so many things. Also, like, I'm excited because, like, so one nifty thing about Demon the Descent is that you can. They're not called enchanted objects. They're not. They are not called enchanted objects. They genuinely are not anywhere in the thing. However, you can basically make enchanted objects by, like, installing your fucked up weird, like, demon powers into objects to make things that, like, they won't be exactly the same as the ability that you used to make them, but it can be, like, something adjacent. Like, oh, what was one? I think I saw one that was, like, I think I saw one example that was, like, a helmet that, like, a helmet made a special way so that you could use download knowledge about technology or something. Or, like, there's a flashlight that, because of the power that it's based off of, anyone that gets caught in its light gets frozen in place, or, like, paralyzed. Or at least, like, so long as they remain in the light, they remain locked in place. And I already have so many fun ideas for, like, different items. Because there's one thing, I mentioned it earlier, called Deep Pockets, whose shtick is that you can pull anything through an aperture of a container so long as the object that you're pulling could logistically fit through said aperture. And so I had a thought of, like a pocket clip, or like a pocket protector clip or something, that what it does is it lets you put the clip on any container, though phrasing here is very important, lets you put on any container, and then that container turns into something that you can, like, store shit in. So, for example, you know, put it on, like, this is a little silly, but also, like, it seems to be the level of silly that, like, this game is wanting to operate on. But so, you know, you put the, like, you put, like, this clip onto, like the opening aperture of, like, a parking garage, and then the parking garage just becomes linked to your, like, temporal, like, pocket space, and then you can put stuff in the thing and take it out so long as it can go through the aperture of the parking garage. And based on my understanding of how stuff works, that is a totally legal thing to do. It's like constantly trying to, like, balance between what is a sensible amount of horse shit and what is just flat out horse shit. Okay, we're getting dangerously close to being done. Wow. Oh gosh, I forgot about, like, the one downside to Catan's animatic is that every time I sing it once, I get it stuck in my head, and then I want to listen, or I want to, like, sing it a bajillion more times. Which is fine. There's nothing, honestly, super wrong with that. Just not always very conducive to other things that I want to do. Like, not be well, you have to be monetized to be demonetized, so. here. Make another layer. Nope. There we go. Symmetry. Please go fuck yourself. Okay, there we go. Symmetry back on. New color. Eye dropped. I'll worry about that later. I just spent time. That's fine. I'm grumbling about the fact I missed a thing that I should have corrected. Okay, so stabilization, let's go with, you know, as much as it's a meme number, genuinely I find 69% and 34% to be very good, like, I'm not sure what you would call it, but I find that frequently 69% and 42% are good settings that do what I want them to. There we go. I like how that looks. I'll need to move everything over later, but that's fine. That's a good basis for, like, her tentacle arms. Yo, we're getting, like... We're really close. If I just hit numbers, will it just do the thing? No. Didn't do that. Maybe if I do this? Nope. Well, alright. Okay. So we're wanting to go... This is along the line that we're wanting to cut it off. This is one thing that, like, I am actually really, really pleased with the concept that I had behind it. And I really like how it plays out. Is her shoes are, like, all of her is translucent. Just kind of starts and ends, like, all of her is translucent. Which means that her very glowy shoes will glow through her feet some. Honestly, let's see, if I do that, if I do... Where's the glow line? There it is. Let's go to select. Select all. Yeah! Did you play nice and do that on the other side too? Yes, yes you did. Delightful! Good program. We love praising a program when it does what we tell it to do. So we like to reinforce. We like to use positive reinforcement in this household. It's very funny. Sometimes, like, I'll see, like, the motion of the stream preview, in, like, the background, and I'll be like, huh? Oh, it's just me. Which one of you has the bottoms? Ah, there you are. Then we go back to Shoe Glow. We switch to our other tool. We go back to this pretty little pen. Interesting. Interesting. There's some slightly weird shenaniganry going on between how things are interacting. But I don't hate it. It's just weird. I'm not quite sure what's going on. But that's fine. I'm telling you to zoom in, you bitch. Zoom in, you bitch. Honestly, let's get a little bit of a blur in here. Just a little bit. Interesting effect there. Interesting. That's very interesting. It's referencing things that aren't even on this layer because of how things are interacting. That's... I don't understand what's going on there, but it's interesting. I'm not sure how this is a blur or a blend. Nope, that was the wrong layer to do that to. $91 again. Yeah, there we go. See, even though it's like such a like there's still nope. There's like she's still mostly transparent or nope, she's mostly opaque. But just that little bit of transparency, you can see like the fact that her shoes are glowing. And like I am just so incredibly pleased by how well this is going. Hmm. Oh, right, because I masked off everything else except for that. Hmm. Maybe it's just because of the stability. That's probably why. There's so many things that I tried out that were experiments that have turned out very well with this project, and I'm over the moon. Like, if you told me, like, even just like a year ago, that I would be very satisfied with like how a piece of like one of my pieces that were like I was trying to like depict one of my characters was gonna turn out. Like, if you told me like a year ago, oh yeah, like you're gonna super get you're gonna get super excited and like something's gonna go very well for you with you doing one of your projects, I'd have been like, that seems fake because my drawings never go as well as I want them to. But, like, actually, turns out they can, in fact, go well. Also, like, almost everyone I've shown her off to so far has been like, oh, that looks very Dragon Ball. I'm like, yes, good. She should. That is the intent. Thank you. It's going pretty well. I am rapidly approaching. I don't know if I would say a stopping point. Like, I have already made so much progress today, and I'm. I need to do a couple of things. Mostly just for sake of like currently what I'm thinking I need to do, or what I'm going to do, is go down to my body lines layer. Select them body lines, copy, paste, but then bring them up, because these can go on top of. Yes! Good. And like, look, her feet, like, you can now tell that her shoes glow through her feet. It looks so cool. I'm so happy. Ugh, I'm so pleased. Pleased as punch? Or pleased as punch? No, pleased as pup. Okay. That said, currently she is not that translucent. She is this translucent. which is far less translucent, but it is still enough to be noticeable. If you pay attention, or like if you like are looking at her closely. Why does suddenly there... I'm very confused. I feel like something's happening that I'm missing. Because there was like a bunch of like... I'm not sure what to call it, but like leakage up here, I guess? Oh, never mind. I know what happened. I turned off. I turned off a layer that was doing a thing. What did you select? But then why didn't the... If there is no object to transform, then how come I can still... Wait, what? Wait, what? What is... Oh, a tiny icy. Okay. 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 Silly. Very, very silly. Okay, what all... Let's see. What else is left? Okay, her skeleton. Air quotes. Also, like, her gemstone. Gonna just duplicate this. And life is not heading fall because of you. Lock transparent pixels. Let's see, then we'll go. I guess I won't actually make her core black. Because she's slightly less edgy than I am. I'll make it a dark, dark, dark blue. Because her whole theming is like deep underwater ocean shenaniganry. Still locked? Yep, cool. La, la, yeah. No, that would go weird, so I'll go with that. Okay, looks pretty good so far. Honestly, I could probably leave it like that. Honestly, I could probably leave it like that, truthfully. Do I want to leave it like that? No, I don't want to leave it like that. But I'm not gonna, like, go nuts about it. Alright, I guess technically, hold on. I should do this. I should do this properly. So... And then with... Let's see, what do I want to be the lighter color? We'll go with you. Okay. So here's what we're gonna do. You get filled with this. You get filled with that. Wait. There we go. Thank you. You get filled with this. Then we'll go and use the line tool. We'll go ahead and grab the glow color. And then, if this works how I desire it to, which I'm hoping it does, yeah. Tridecagons are not the most distinct of polygons. But that's okay. I really like tridecagons because I really like the number 13. I'm just a sucker for anything that, like, has weird rumors about it, and that people act undeservedly weird about it. Number 13, demons, darkness as, like, an element. That was, like, one of, like, the number one things, like, I used to get, like, not in trouble, but, like, that I would annoy my teachers with, is that I'd be, like, just, like, ask questions, like, but why is darkness seen as, like, a bad thing? Well, because it's dark and scary. But, like, you can do good stuff with darkness, too. Like, it doesn't have to be scary. Well, yeah, but, like, everyone's scared of the dark. But why? Just constantly, like... I'm not arguing that you are wrong, but I want you to explain it to me because I wanna know. Fucking show me. I wanna know, tell me the fucking reason. I guess do I need to be on... Why can't you... What? Why does that not work for... That's so weird. For some reason, being a vector layer means that something won't... like... apparently, something being a vector means that you can't use it with the, like... you can't use it with the like auto align tools and whatnot, which is weird, and I don't understand why. What? What is going on? Is it trying to like do this in relation to the... No, it's not trying to do it in relation to the document. It's so strange. I don't understand why it's not like wanting that to... Wait, hold on. I have the dumbest idea, and if this is why I'm going to be so frustrated. Okay, at least that's not why. For a second I thought it was just because, like, the thing that it was referencing wasn't, like, visible. And I was gonna be like, if it's just because this thing isn't visible, even though the selection is working, I'm going to be deeply irate. But that was not the problem, seemingly, so... Alright. Okay. If things are going to be weird, then I will simply be weirder. So, boop. Boop. That's supposed to line you up. Okay, now I have another theory that could be the case. Which would still be weird, but would be less weird. Oh. Oh! Wait. I have maybe identified the problem. If this is the problem, I will not be annoyed because I now understand why. Alright, okay. Alright, okay. Alright, okay. Okay, I suppose. Alright. This is the error is between keyboard and chair. Essentially, because I hadn't turned off symmetry, the center point was already in the center for that thing. So moving the light lines wasn't gonna do anything. But... Alright. I'll look more into making that look more like a gem later. But... at least now I know why that was behaving. Or I suppose I should say... why it was misbehaving. Okay. How do I want to freaking draw her funny, fucked up little lightning veins? Guess we'll just make sure we turn off stabilization. Then... Oh, you know? I could color jitter this. Ooh. It's a little... What if I flipped it around? No. Let's see. Ooh. Yeah, okay, okay. I'm here for this. I'm here for this. You am I here for that? I am here for that, but not for this effect. Cause like, she doesn't have blood? Or, like, she doesn't have, like... She's freaking weird. And so, like, rather than having, like... She technically does have, like, jellyfish anatomy, but it's, like, jellyfish anatomy, but even weirder than normal. Cool, random, random, random. Yeah, that looks nice and weird, and I can see that looking like lightning. Yeah, I think. Yeah, yeah. Cool, cool. Alright, now let's scale this down. So so this doesn't actually have mechanical effects for her, but I did come up with the idea a while ago that like her anatomy is like strange. Like her anatomy is real weird, right? Like we all understand this. We love this. We adore this about air. I at one point posed the idea that essentially, because the way that Dragon Ball Z works, or at least the way that the tabletop system that we were using for this works, is that you can have a like uh essentially your character can have something about them that makes them special just for sake of like being like them, like for being unique essentially. Like it's perfectly in the system. Like if you want to have your little Blorbo be especially weird and special and have like some sort of unique mechanics that are like only they have to worry about, super can. And like I mean it suggested that, or rather you have to work with your DM about it, but like it's very much so like a thing that's like if you have ideas for how your character's Z soul could benefit them, talk it over with your DM. And one idea is um and so because of how her anatomy works, I had a funky idea of like, so she has a certain number of these like strange lenses in her body that are kind of what let her exist almost, because they essentially she uses these lenses to basically focus the energy that her core generates in order to create essentially in order for her body to build itself. She has these funny little lenses throughout her body that she can use to focus the energy from her core, and then that's what like creates her limbs, her head, just her body as a whole, right? Now, oh, I didn't have symmetry on, did I? I shouldn't have. Cool, I didn't. Um, essentially, the idea was she passively has she passively has an amount of these cores, or of these lenses, that she can kind of distribute across her body as she wants. But it costs so many points for like making different kinds of body limbs. Like it costs 2 lenses to make like a limb, 1 limb to make something like her head, etc., etc., etc. The DM made we ended up going with a far simpler idea, which honestly, yeah. Wait. Uh, okay, okay. Whew! For a second, I thought that I had accidentally drawn on the wrong layer. And I was about to be very frustrated. Oh. fun fact, her head is kind of irrelevant to her overall well-being and anatomy. She doesn't really care about her head. She only cares about her core. The head, for lack of a better term, her head is basically like it's there more for like other people's sake and comfort, because people she has found tend to react better and want to interact with her more if she has like something resembling a head that they're used to interacting with. Now, like things that like now she is kind of technically still susceptible to like things that a normal person would be susceptible to. Like if you cover her eyes, she does still technically go blind, but also technically, at least in the original draft, she could have like just grown another head. Then I'm going with a lighter, less complicated one, which is essentially, it's really easy to like break her limbs, and if you do break one of her limbs, it like instead of just getting an injury, it shatters, slash breaks, completely comes undone. However, it only takes her like not even an entire turn to just spend some of her to spend some key and regenerate it. So disarming her, literally disarming her, does have a purpose. It's just not as helpful as would probably be desired. Now I'll need to do that one up there, actually. So, for now... where are those? Oh... No, I have done a dumb. This is fine. Oof. I did not think this part through entirely. But oh well, it is something I can fix. Alright, still need to like actually redraw her mouth with like... Oh, wait. Oh, never mind. I was not dumb. I actually did exactly what I meant to. Neat. I thought for a second I put her tentacle layers on the same layer as like her I thought I had put her tentacle layer on the same layer as like just the general body lines layer. That is not the case. I think... I think for this one, I'm actually going to... Yeah, there we go. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Not exactly like lightning, but for like her arm tentacles. That's what I am. That's what I am desiring. Okay. Now, let's see. Get her arms done. I think I'm gonna get the weird fucked up like I'm gonna get her like weird tentacle arms energy cores done, and then I'm going to go ahead and call it for the night, or at least call it for the stream, cause I am hungry. Gosh, I am. Hmm? Yeah. Kind of wish I would have had symmetry on for that one, but that's okay. Oh no, more time to show off in. Like, oh no, more time to spend drawing my girl and hanging out with people that I enjoy being around. Heaven for fucking bed. You can tell I'm getting hungry because my brain's slowing down, which means I'm talking less. But also, I'm kind of just focused, gotta be real. Hell yes. Hell yeah! Hell yeah! Hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah. Hell the fuck yeah. You know, you're her jellyfish limbs. I'll make you transparent. Well, I'll make you more transparent than the rest of her is. Hell yeah! Look at her! Look at my girl! She's almost done, like, genuinely. I need to redraw her mouth so that the lines are cleaner and, like, I'm getting real close. I'm so excited. Ugh. My little heir. Weird as hell that the H-E-I-R and A-I-R are spelled the same. Pronounced the same. Ugh. Save me, caffeine, save me. Whoa, shocking. What do you mean you're malfunctioning, Discord app? You've not been malfunctioning all day for me. Alright. I believe... Well, rather, not I believe. I doth say that I was going to head off once I had the energy lines of her arms, of her tentacles done. And, well, her tentacle arms are now done. So, regrettably, this does mean it's time for me to take off, but this also means that it's time for me to do a thing real quick, because I am very appreciative of all the people who help take care of me and sponsor me, so I'm going to say thank you to all of them. I'm just going to pull up the thing, because I got to pull up the thing. Alright, shout out to all the people who sponsor me on Ko-fi. We have Sapphic Seraph, Space, Natalie the Unchained, and Bunbot. So, thank you all so much for keeping this channel going and helping me out, and making sure I can continue being here, being my wonderful self. I really like being a bard and helping, like, be a good place in this time of horror. So, I very appreciate all of you. The rest of you, hope you all enjoyed the stream. Astra, I will talk to you on Discord. Rest of you, please, hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day. Please don't forget to hydrate, masticate, and medicate. And don't forget to be kind to yourselves and one another. And until next time, I'll see you later. Bye-bye. Do 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 do.